Hey guys, tonight we drift back in time to a wind-lashed coast in the east of medieval England, where a once thriving port town quietly sinks beneath the sea. The water is colder than it should be. The sky, an endless bruised grey, presses low, and somewhere beneath your feet, the land itself seems to sigh. You're not sure what's worse, the cold sting of sea spray on your cheeks, or the whisper of prayers drifting on the wind from behind crumbling stone. So, before you get too cozy, tomorrow's story is about aliens appearing in the Middle Ages. Follow the channel so you don't miss it. And if you're listening now, drop your location and local time in the comments. It's strangely comforting to know we're all drifting off together from every corner of the world. You awaken in the shadow of a ruined church, tucked behind the last standing wall of Saint Bartholomew's. Its roof, long since torn away by storm and time. Your cloak is damp, your boots sodden, and you're not alone. A few others gather here, grey-bearded men, silent women with soot on their faces, and one dog with salt-matted fur, and the eyes of something that remembers too much. The town is Dunwich, or at least what's left of it. You wouldn't know it today, but a few centuries ago, this place was called London by the Sea. 12 churches, a bustling market, ships from France and Flanders unloading cloth and wine. Now a few cottages, some ghosts, and a path that ends abruptly in cliff's edge. You pull your wool cloak tighter as wind lashes the hillside. Below, the waves slam into the chalk cliffs, biting off more with each season. There's no harbor anymore, no quayside, no bells ringing from town towers, except some claim on stormy nights when the wind shifts just right and you can hear them tolling from underwater. You walk toward the edge, careful on the loose gravel. The sea has claimed most of the town by now. You see fishing nets tangled in old stone. A door frame juts from the cliff like a half-swallowed tooth. One man tells you he saw his childhood street tumble into the sea 10 years ago. Another says he lost his cousin during a thunderstorm. He simply stepped outside and never came back. A historian might tell you this coastal erosion began as early as the 13th century, when fierce gales and rising tides reshaped England's eastern shoreline. Dunwich, they'll say, was lost, not in a single moment, but wave by wave, storm by storm, like a story whispered away. A sailor beside you older than the cliffs, and twice as blunt gestures to the open sea. "She's not done," he mutters. "Took my granddad's shop, then my sister's house. I reckon I've got a year or two left before she comes for my boots." You ask what he means by she. He just shrugs. The sea. She don't like to share. A breeze cuts across the bluff, sharp and sudden. You stumble back a step. Behind you, the church wall groans in protest, stone shifting against stone, as if remembering its own collapse. Back in the village, people are building higher. Wooden walkways connect the remaining homes, all stilted and narrow. A woman plants root vegetables in window boxes rather than risk the sodden ground. You pass a tavern, now a single dry room, where an old man draws maps of the town as he remembers it. Pubs, streets, a bakery sketched from memory. He draws like he's fighting the tide with ink and hope. You sit beside him, watching his hand tremble slightly as he outlines the lost abbey. They say monks still walk there, he whispers underwater. You nod, because what else can you do? Later at night, the wind grows louder. The sea slams harder against the cliffs. And somewhere in that wind, maybe just maybe, you hear the faint clang of a bell. Deep distant, a single note, then silence. Fringe belief. Some locals say the bell tower of St. Nicholas still rings from beneath the sea when a soul is taken by the waves. Not always. Just when the sea is hungry, historians still argue whether the real cause of Dunwich's decline was erosion storm surges or human negligence. Personally, you're starting to think it was something far older. Something with teeth made of salt and patience. You lie in your borrowed cot that night, rocking gently in time with the earth. Not the sea, nor the land itself, crumbling, breathing, giving way one breath at a time. The stars don't show. The sea doesn't sleep. And somewhere beneath the waves, a bell keeps tolling for a town that won't stop sinking. Dawn doesn't break so much as seep in. The sky turns a lighter shade of grey, like the color of old linen left out in the rain. You pull your cloak tighter, the wool still damp from the night before. Your boots squelch slightly as you step onto the packed dirt road, though road might be generous. It's more a memory of where stone used to be. You've moved inland now, following stories of another flood. This one came not from the sea, but from the sky, from days and nights of ceaseless rain that turned the rivers wild and the land soft. The year is 1315, and England is on the cusp of something no one truly understands, yet the Great Famine. You arrive in a small village nestled between two swollen rivers. The people here haven't smiled in weeks. Their fields are drowned, their hay black with rot, and their wheat yields have shrunk to a cruel joke. You walk past a barn that used to hold grain. Now it holds nothing but mold and rats. A thin dog watches you from under a cot. It doesn't bark. The priest here tells you the rains began last spring and never stopped. At first, they were a blessing, washing away the dust of a dry winter. But by summer, the roads were rivers, and the rivers were monsters. Crops withered, salt spoiled, graves floated. You speak to an old woman who remembers it clearly. Her name is Maud, and she has the look of someone who's been disappointed by the sky too many times. Rain's got a memory, she says, handing you a mug of watery ale. It comes back, where it's done damage before. Like a thief, checking on an old mark. You believe her. The village mill was swept away in a storm 2 months ago. All that remains is a broken wheel tangled in reeds. Children try to catch fish in puddles with bent nails and string. The smell of mildew is everywhere. And worse still, no one can leave. The roads are too wet, too dangerous. Wagons sink, horses flounder. One local farmer tells you he lost all his barley and half his sheep. The sheep at least tried to float. He laughs when he says it, but not the kind of laugh that makes you feel better. More like a sound to fill the silence. A mainstream historical fact, the years 1315 to 1317, marked one of the most widespread famines in European history. Caused by unusually heavy and prolonged rainfall, it led to crop failures, livestock disease, and mass starvation across the continent. Some villages lost up to half their population. Maud tells you stories she heard as a child about hungry neighbors stealing turnips from the dead, about entire families vanishing into the marshes looking for dry ground and never coming back. She points to a tree growing crooked by the river. They say it feeds on bones, how she whispers. Fringe tidbit. In some parishes, desperate priests held reverse processions, walking backward with their flocks, while reciting prayers, trying to uncall whatever divine judgment had been unleashed. Some even rang church bells underwater, hoping the sound might rise to heaven through the flood. You help patch a roof with a young man who can't be older than 17. His hands are cracked, his nails black with soil. Used to be, I prayed for rain, he says. Now I pray it forgets us. You nod. Prayers are mostly about forgetting lately. Historians still argue whether the Great Famine was caused solely by climate or made worse by political mismanagement and overpopulation. Some even suggest it was an early ripple of the Little Ice Age, a long period of cooling that would shape centuries to come. You don't argue. You just try not to slip on the mud. At night, you sleep in the loft of what used to be a granary. Rain taps on the roof like fingernails on wood. Steady, persistent. It's not even frightening anymore. Just inevitable. A lullaby of rot. You close your eyes and imagine sun. Warmth, dryness. Straw that doesn't smell like mildew. Bread that isn't grey. You drift off, thinking of dry places. But even in dreams, your boots squelch. The next morning greets you with more grey. The kind of grey that bleeds into everything's sky-earth skin. You trudge through fields that were once golden with grain, but are now swamps of wilted stalks and rust-colored puddles. Your boots are heavy with mud, and you start to wonder if your feet will ever feel dry again. You've left Maud's village and followed the river north toward a town rumored to have fared even worse. Along the way, you pass abandoned farmsteads, their thatched roofs collapsed under the weight of too many sodden months. Chickens roost in what used to be a chapel, and smoke curls from a chimney you suspect is burning furniture for fuel. By midday, you reach the outskirts of the town. A stone wall rings the place, though it's more ceremonial now than useful. Half of it has crumbled into the marsh. A boy stands knee-deep in a flooded lane trying to catch frogs with his bare hands. He grins at you, then slips and vanishes beneath the surface. Your heart jumps, but he resurfaces laughing like it's all a game. Maybe it is. Maybe childhood just warps around the water. Inside the town, life has shrunk into the highest rooms. People sleep in attics, pray in lofts, and store what little food they have in hanging baskets suspended from rafters. A woman lowers a rope from a third-floor window with a tin cup tied at the end. You need clean water, she asks. You're not sure whether to laugh or cry. The town reeve, a short man with a tall staff, takes you to what used to be the marketplace. It's a lake now rippling with rain and the occasional floating cabbage. We hold mass on a boat these days, he says. Father Rowland preaches from the stern like he's St. Peter. He points to a skiff tied to a stair railing, its paint peeling in long sad strips. A historical fact during prolonged floods of the early 14th century. Some parishes did indeed relocate religious services onto rafts and boats. Makeshift chapels floated through flooded towns, bringing communion to those trapped by water. That night, you stay in the top floor of a merchant's house, now shared by 5 families. Every creak of the beams sounds like a drowning whisper. Someone plays a lute with only 3 strings, left humming a tune that's more rhythm than melody. One child asks if the moon will ever shine again. Fringe tidbit. In parts of the Low Countries, People began painting eyes on boats to watch for trouble. Some believed the eyes could spot approaching waves or monsters from the deep. Others just liked the idea of a vessel that could see what lay ahead. Historians still argue whether the emotional toll of these floods caused lasting cultural shifts. Some claim they birthed new religious fervor. Others suggest they seeded a quiet nihilism that grew in later centuries. Either way, something changed. You feel it in the way people flinch at thunder now. A man named Tolan, who lost his wife last spring, tells you that grief smells like wet wool. He shows you a carving she made just a little bird etched into the windowsill. She used to say if it flooded too much, she'd fly away. He laughs once and then doesn't. You help bail out a flooded storeroom with a cracked clay pot. It's slow work, mostly symbolic. But sometimes, symbolism's all you've got. By morning, the water's risen again. Not by much, just enough to ruin the effort. When you leave the town, the boy with the frogs salutes you from a rooftop. His smile is too big for this soggy world. It sticks with you as you walk. Some things float easier than others. The fog thickens as you press east along the old trade road, though calling it a road now feels generous. It's mostly soggy ruts and moss-covered milestones, more memory than path. A wagon wheel lies half-buried, like a fossil of better days, and birds nest in the skeleton of an overturned cart. By late morning, you hear the river before you see it. It doesn't babble, it croons, a wide and bloated thing, dragging whole trees like twigs. You step carefully across a makeshift bridge, just 2 planks and a prayer. The water rushes beneath you, brown and fast, its surface flecked with foam and bits of straw. You're halfway across when a voice calls out, "Don't trust the current," an old man warns from a rock on the far bank. He's whittling something. Could be a flute, could be a stake. He squints at you through a fog of pipe smoke. Looks smooth, but she's hungry underneath. You cross anyway. He nods like you've passed some test you didn't study for. His name is Berin. Used to be a barge captain until the flood stole his boat and his cargo and his appetite for risk. Now he watches the river like it's an old enemy. She remembers, he says, every insult we ever gave her, every dock, every dam, every insult. He takes you into the village, what's left of it. The houses have been elevated on crude stilts, ladders nailed to doors like afterthoughts. Chickens roost in lofts, pigs sleep in boats, and laundry flaps from every conceivable height. Children run along wooden planks between homes, treating the village like one big ship. You step carefully, feeling every board creak underfoot, a historical fact in regions repeatedly flooded like parts of the Netherlands, and Flanders' entire villages adapted by elevating their structures and walkways. In some cases, people even built floating sheds to house animals. You're given a bed in the attic of what used to be the tavern. It smells like smoke, old hops, and damp boots. Baron joins you later, sitting by the single cloudy window with his pipe. He tells you about the day the river changed. It didn't rise like a tide, he says. It lunged like a beast. One moment, the world was mud and hay carts. Next, it was screaming and splinters. He pauses, then adds, "Saw a cow float past me, still chewing, like nothing was wrong." That gets a chuckle. Maybe the first real laugh you've heard in days. It fades quickly, fringe tidbit. In 1316, reports from the Great Famine include stories of strange foam rising from rivers before catastrophic floods. Some believed it was a sign that demons stirred below the surface. Others just blamed bog rot. That night, the wind howls. Not playful, not curious, angry. You lie in your attic bed, staring at the beams above, listening as the river slaps at the stilts below like it's testing them for weakness. Historians still argue whether medieval communities viewed rivers more as allies or adversaries. Some saw them as lifelines, others as unpredictable curses. It seems here that answer changes with the weather. In the morning, the waters crept higher an inch, maybe two, but enough to startle the pigs. You help ferry supplies from one building to another using a patched-up canoe. It leaks, but not fatally. As you paddle, you catch sight of something carved into the trunk of a half-submerged tree. Just one word: repent. The letters are crude, angry, probably written during a different storm, but they still hit a nerve. By noon, the rain returns. The clouds roll in fast, like cavalry. You find shelter beneath the eaves of a smokehouse, alongside a boy trying to dry wet matches. He offers you one joking, might light a miracle. You strike it. It flares, sputters, dies. You both laugh anyway. The next morning begins in silence, which is unsettling in itself. No creaking boards, no barking dogs, not even the clatter of hooves on the makeshift walkways. Just mist rising and swirling like the breath of some ancient beast still digesting the land. You step outside and find Baron already at the edge of the water, a long pole in hand, poking at a floating crate. Bread, he says. Used to be anyway. He nudges it gently away. Breakfast is boiled barley and a few strips of smoked eel, chewy, salty, and somehow still comforting. A woman with one eye and a black scarf pours your tea, then tells you she used to be a nun until her abbey washed away. Now she tends chickens and doesn't believe in walls. The river don't stop at a wall, she says. Neither does God. Later, you join a work team patching up a breached embankment. Mud squelches underfoot, and every shovel of earth feels like bailing out the sky. Perrin tells you stories while he works about storms that arrive on a cloudless day, about floodwaters that glow green when the moon is full, about a friend who once claimed to hear singing beneath the water. Never saw him again, Perrin says without emotion. But sometimes I do hear it too. A historical fact. Medieval Europe saw repeated cycles of flood management, collapse, and reconstruction. Levees, dikes, and embankments were built, breached, rebuilt, and often by the same hands that lost families in the last flood. You pause for breath near a pile of sandbags and spot a crude idol tucked into the dirt, a wooden carving of a woman with seaweed for hair and a crown of snail shells. River goddess, someone explains. She listens better than saints. A fringe belief, yes, but not uncommon. Some communities in lowland Europe kept old pagan charms alive alongside their Christian rituals, especially when it came to surviving the whims of nature. If the saints didn't stop the tide, maybe the old gods would. You help form a human chain, passing buckets of stone down to reinforce a weakened slope. The wind picks up again, dry this time. but it whistles like it remembers drowning. Someone hums a tune to keep the rhythm, and soon the line joins in, voices low and rough, but united. The mud sticks to your boots like a second soul. By mid-afternoon, the rain returns, not hard, but insistent. You take shelter in a barn converted into a granary. Inside, sacks of grain tower like ancient statues guarded by two scrawny cats and a boy with a crossbow, much too big for him. I'm not scared of water, he tells you, but I don't like what it brings. You ask what he means and he just shrugs. Ghosts, rats, and then grown-ups who stop smiling. Later, the water rises again, just a little, but enough to send villagers scurrying, shifting supplies. Higher, moving boats closer to doors. You spend the evening ferrying a goat from one rooftop to another. She's ungrateful, loud, and remarkably nimble. Historians still argue whether the frequency of medieval floods was due to poor infrastructure, unusual climate cycles, like the Little Ice Age, or deforestation caused by agriculture. Either way, to the people living through it, the cause mattered less than the next storm cloud on the horizon. That night, as the water laps quietly against the walls and everyone pretends to sleep, you sit with Baron by the fire. He doesn't speak for a long time. Then he finally says, "The flood always leaves something behind." You not expecting something philosophical. He continues, "Usually frogs. You wake to the sound of croaking, not just one or two frogs, but an entire choir hidden in puddles, barrels, and baskets left too long in the rain. The village has become a swampy amphitheater, and the frogs are performing an unsolicited dawn concert. You sit up slowly, wiping sleep from your eyes, with the sleeve stiff from salt and soot. Outside, the water hasn't risen, but it hasn't rained either. It just sits sullen shallow and the color of watered down soot. The frogs are thriving. Everyone else looks like they've forgotten how to blink. Baron greets you with a frog in his hands. "This one's got a third leg," he says, like it's both a blessing and a diagnosis. Might be a sign. You do not ask what kind. Breakfast is bread soaked in broth with a slice of pickled turnip for flair. The one-eyed nun tries to cheer people by handing out wool scraps dyed in cheerful yellows and greens. You tie one around your wrist, and it makes you feel about 5% less like a walking mildew patch. Today's task is grim, clearing the drowned fields. Not planting, not even salvaging, just walking rows of drowned furrows and pulling up what the flood half digested. Beets gone soft as sponges. Wheat grown moldy and slick. Carrots that resemble fingers. Fingers of someone you don't want to meet. A historical fact. In medieval agrarian communities, the loss of even one planting season could mean famine, not immediately, but creeping in over months like a slow brewing curse. That's why many villages had food cellars, fish ponds, and dried stores. When those flooded too, prayers grew louder than the rain. You work beside a man named Osmond. He wears a wide straw hat, chews something bitter-smelling, and talks as if he's narrating for ghosts. Used to be this land fed 30 families, he says, stabbing the earth with a broken hoe. Now it feeds frogs and funerals. He pauses. Don't write that down. It sounds too poetic. As you pass through the edge of the fields, you see a child knee-deep in sludge chasing after a duck. The duck appears fine with this arrangement. The child is barefoot, grinning, and covered in muck from scalp to shin. You wave. The child waves back with a worm, fringe tidbit. Some medieval chroniclers described floods as acts of divine weeding nature, ripping up the unwanted, or worse, the unrepentant. Certain texts even claim the direction of water flow hinted at divine intention. Left to right, mercy. Right to left, wrath. At midday, the sun breaks through briefly, just enough to make the flies bold and the smell worse. Rotten straw, stagnant water, wet wool, and whatever's decomposing in the river, all mix into an olfactory soup, best left unnamed. Perrin finds a collapsed scarecrow and rebuilds it, dressing it in rags and a pot for a head. He names it Captain Drift and salutes it every time he passes. Somehow, it becomes a thing. By afternoon, the entire work crew is tipping hats to Captain Drift, like he's some soggy saint of the tilled mud. Then a cry from the far edge of the field. A cart has overturned on a patch of slippery turf, trapping one of the oxen. Everyone runs, and in the scramble, you fall flat in the mud. You come up spitting pondweed and cursing softly in a dozen languages. The ox is eventually freed, shaken but alive, and the cart righted with a loud huzzah. The celebration is short-lived. A black cloud is rolling in fast. Historians still argue whether medieval communities genuinely believed their disasters were punishments, or if it was just the only language they had to make sense of suffering. Sermons were easier to give than solutions, and it's hard to engineer drainage canals when your town has no shoes. You return to the village soaked reeking, and with a new appreciation for dry socks, if such a thing still exists. The frogs are louder now. You suspect they're mocking you. As evening falls, a bonfire is lit, not for warmth, but for morale. Someone plays a lute with only 3 strings, and someone else sings about a farmer who married a fish. You suspect the song is mostly improvised, especially the part where the fish runs off with the goose. You sit with Baron again, eating something smoky and unidentifiable from a shared wooden bowl. He leans over and whispers, "They say the Leviathan sleeps under floodplains." That's why they flood. You raise an eyebrow. Because it turns in its sleep, he says. Deadpan. Like a giant pig in a waterbed. You both laugh and it feels real. Small, but real. The water begins to retreat sometime in the night. Not all at once, there's no grand moment where a tide rolls back and everyone cheers. It's more like someone slowly turning down the volume on a very rude song. You don't even notice it at first. You just wake up, stretch, and realize your feet aren't cold anymore. They're still damp, yes, but not submerged. The frogs seem disappointed. You step outside cautiously. The village looks like it's been exhaled. Mud clings to every surface. Stray reeds stick out of thatch roofs like strange hairdos. A ladder has grown moss in a single week, and the chapel door is missing, floated off probably now halfway to Flanders. A man with a hammer walks by muttering, "Build an ark," they said. "You'll never need it," they said. His hammer is made of driftwood. You do not ask questions. There's a strange quiet in the air. Not peaceful, more like the silence after a loud argument where everyone's still unsure if it's really over. You trudge through the squelching lanes to find others already beginning the next grim tradition, counting what's left. Historical fact. In medieval Europe, there were no official flood insurance forms, no government relief funds. What you salvaged rebuilt or bartered, for determined whether you starved or made it to spring. That's why people memorized inventories like prayers. The town clerk, an elderly woman named Hilda, who smells of beeswax and shoe polish, is trying to tally losses by carving into a wax tablet. She doesn't look up when you approach, just mumbles, 7 goats, 2 carts, 5 roofs, all the pies you repeat. Every last one she confirms, except for the burnt rhubarb one. That floated into the vicar's yard. Dog found it. Dog regrets it. You move on. At the bakery, a young couple digs flour out of a soggy barrel. Every now and then, they sneeze clouds of wet powder into the air and laugh like they're high on mildew. You offer to help. They hand you a wooden spoon and say, if it moves, it's not flour. Smack it. Back at the riverbank, a gathering forms. Someone has spotted a canoe-sized fish washed up on a sandbar. It twitches once and dies eyes like dinner plates and teeth like regrettable decisions. No one touches it for several minutes. Fringe tidbit. In parts of medieval Scandinavia, it was believed that certain fish were not edible because they were messengers of the deep sent by the Leviathan to warn or confuse. Eating one was said to make your dreams louder. A monk arrives and sprinkles the fish with holy water, mutters a Latin phrase that might have been "begone sea goblin," and promptly suggests everyone fast for a day just to be safe. No one argues. You hear footsteps behind you. It's Osmond again, carrying a pail filled with muddy apples. Found these behind the mill, he says. Either the tree's been generous, or the river did some honest shopping. You help him clean the apples by rolling them down a muddy plank. It works surprisingly well. Nearby, Perrin constructs what can only be described as a makeshift shrine, a stack of firewood, a soggy boot, and the Captain Drift scarecrow, now adorned with seaweed like a crown. To survival, he declares raising a ladle of rainwater. No one laughs. Instead, a few villagers lift their own cups. It becomes a thing again. You sip, and it tastes like hope, muddy, unclear, but still worth drinking. As the sun finally pushes through a crack in the clouds, someone points to the river. A piece of furniture, possibly a pulpit, drifts by upright and stately, as though still mid-sermon. A dog barks at it, and a child claps. You watch it disappear around the bend, like a priest on holiday. Historians still argue whether community resilience in the face of disaster came from religious belief, cultural fatalism, or just the hard math of survival. But the result was the same: rebuild, remember, and try to laugh when possible. That evening, a small feast is cobbled together. Burnt bread, boiled cabbage, and a fish that looked only mildly cursed. Music happens in the form of someone plucking a harp with 3 fingers and someone else banging on a helmet. You sit beside Hilda, who's now using her wax tablet as a plate. Why wax, you ask? She shrugs. Multi-purpose. Also, I lost all the bowls. As the firelight flickers across faces once grey with fear, but now golden with fatigue and soup steam, Baron leans close. Storm's over, he says. For now. You nod and feel a strange ache in your chest. Relief, maybe. Or the realization that tomorrow the real work begins. The morning after the flood feels less like a beginning and more like a soggy intermission. The sun makes a modest appearance, rising not with glory, but with a bleary yawn, as though even it has been dampened by the night's ordeal. You sit on a barrel that used to be full of pickled herring and stare at the horizon, which is still trying to remember where the river ends and the land begins. You're not alone. Beside you, a boy tries to skip a stone across what was once a meadow. It skips once, twice, and then sinks with a sulk. He shrugs and tries again. Best out of 5 he offers. You smile but decline. Your boots are still squishy. Around the village, there's movement, not hurried, but purposeful. Men and women carry tools, repair wagons, scoop mud from homes with shovels and hopeful curses. Children are tasked with poking their heads into barrels and chimneys to see what might be alive. One girl pulls a chicken from a soup pot and declares it blessed. You're assigned to the chapel. It's not great. The roof is missing. So is most of the back wall. A hymn book floats in the nave, gently turning pages as if searching for a better verse. The priest, Father Cedric, is knee-deep in water trying to fish a crucifix from behind the altar with a rake. Careful, someone warns. Last time he touched holy things wet, he nearly set himself on fire. You help him. Together, you manage to fish out a sodden mass that may have once been a reliquary, or possibly a lunchbox. Either way, Father Cedric treats it with reverence and wraps it in a spare chasuble. Historical fact. Churches in medieval Europe were often the highest or sturdiest buildings in a town, doubling as shelters during disasters. But in floodplains, even sanctity couldn't outfloat physics. Many churches became catch basins, filled with more fish than faith. Father Cedric sighs. Perhaps next time we build on a hill. You glance around. There aren't many hills, just slightly less wet spots. Down by the market square, people begin setting up a relief table, an assortment of rescued goods. Bread that smells slightly of mildew. Onions that still look angry. Cheese of questionable loyalty. Eat at your own peril, mutters a baker. Someone finds a cask of cider and opens it with the ceremonial flood knife, a butter knife tied to a stick. The first sip is met with a cheer. The second sip is met with a grimace. The third, well, by the third, it doesn't taste so bad. That night the stories begin. You sit by a fresh fire, this one mercifully dry, and listen. Everyone has one. How the water rose, what they grabbed first, what they regret leaving behind. Osmond tells a tale about climbing into a barrel with his cat. Terrible choice, he says. That cat has opinions. Baron speaks of watching the pub float by bottles, clinking inside like church bells of sorrow. It was the most painful thing I've ever seen. He sighs. A young mother recalls saving her baby by stuffing him into a bread bin. He came out smelling delicious she beams, fringe tidbit. In some parts of medieval England, families had flood kits stored in attics or rafters, bundles with bread herbs and candles plus charms or saint medallions. Most were never used, but the ones that were became heirlooms, passed down with quiet reverence. One man older than the rest leans close and murmurs, "I saw something in the water." Everyone goes still. A shadow, he says. Long, wide, moved like it had places to be. You wait for someone to laugh, but they don't. The old man looks you dead in the eye. You think it's just weather. But some floods, they have teeth. You shiver though the fire is warm. Historians still argue whether flood folklore monsters, spirits, omens were metaphors, misunderstandings, or attempts to give meaning to senseless destruction. Either way, these stories clung on longer than the mud. As the flames flicker low, Father Cedric begins humming a psalm. It's off-key and wobbles slightly, but it calms the group. You lie back on a patch of dry cloth and stare at the stars finally visible like timid guests returning after a bad party. You trace patterns in the sky. A hunter, a fish, a crooked crown, and somewhere out there, you imagine a shape stirs beneath dark water. Not angry, just ancient, and maybe a little lonely. You dream of water, not droning exactly, more like being carried. Through reeds, under archways, past faces blurred like smudged ink. When you wake, the world smells like wet hay and damp wool, and your cloak is clinging to your shoulder like a second skin. You're not in your own bed, obviously. You're in what used to be a barn and is now a communal shelter for the moderately unhomed. Horses sleep on the other side of a makeshift curtain, breathing steadily, like judgmental roommates. You sit up and blink. Across from you, someone snores softly into a bale of straw. A dog is curled beside a pile of boots, sleeping as if it owns every pair. A toddler is trying to eat a candle. You stop them. You're a hero now. Outside, dawn breaks with that sheepish sorry I'm late glow, and the water has begun to retreat. Not quickly, not dramatically, just less here than yesterday. Enough for muddy streets to reveal cobblestones, enough for furniture to stop drifting, enough for people to start pretending this is normal. Your job today is inventory specialist. That's the nice term. The real job is counting things that still exist. You have a chalkboard, a list, and a very bored partner named Judith, who speaks in sighs and eats apples with unsettling speed. That's a sheep, she says, pointing. Yes, you say. She writes, one sheep. This continues for 2 hours. Sheep, barrels, chickens, planks, an angry goose. You count 12 things you label unidentifiable, but probably not cursed. Judith suggests adding yet to that description. At the edge of the village, you find a boat lodged in a tree. That shouldn't be there, you offer helpfully. Nope, Judith says. Let's not mention it to the carpenter. You pass what's left of the bakery. Its sign still swings above the door, even though the door is now downstream. Inside the shelves are mud-lined, but the oven survived. A hopeful thought sparks. You and Judith relay the idea to Osmond, who has claimed the title of reluctant baker. Together, you clear the debris sweep out the frogs gently and find enough flour to make flatbread that tastes mostly like smoke and pride. Still, when the first loaf hits the communal fire, people gather as if drawn by the smell of actual hope. Historical fact. After medieval floods, bakeries and smithies were often the first buildings repaired, not for comfort but necessity. Bread and nails could rebuild a town faster than prayers. As the day winds down, a makeshift pulpit is set up in the town square, or what's left of it. A wooden crate, a soggy Bible, and Father Cedric with wind in his beard. He doesn't preach. Not really. He just tells stories about St. Christopher wading through water higher than trees. About Noah, of course, though he adds, let's not build any more arks, please. We have enough goats on roofs. The children laugh. So do a few goats. Fringe tidbit. In some medieval towns, children were taught rhymes to remember flood seasons. Lines like, "If the pigs lie high and the roosters cry, the rivers rise by Candlemas sky." It wasn't science, but it stuck. As dusk falls, Judith nudges you and points towards the river's edge. A group of villagers is stacking stones, not for defense, but remembrance. Each one marks something lost, a home, a barn, a friend. You find your own stone. It's smooth and round, and it fits in your hand like it's been waiting. You add it to the pile. Silence settles. Not uncomfortable, just full. A question lingers, though no one voices it. What happens next? Historians still argue whether communities bounced back faster in the Middle Ages than today. Without bureaucracy, there was often no one to wait for just neighbors' muddy boots and a shared need to make the next day less wet than the last. Back at the barn, someone has built a new curtain between humans and horses. A small victory. You curl up under a dry blanket. The dog finds your feet and claims them as its kingdom. Judith tosses you an apple. "You're less useless than you look," she says. You smile. That's practically a compliment. The candle flickers low. You close your eyes, and for the first time in days, the ground doesn't feel like it's moving. The rooster doesn't crow so much as cough awake. It sounds offended, frankly, like it expected a few more days off after the apocalypse. You, on the other hand, wake slowly. Everything aches your knees from yesterday's inventory. Quest, your arms from hauling wood, and your face from trying to smile at too many frightened people. The morning air is cool and damp again, but it smells faintly of yeast and smoke instead of rot. That's something. You emerge from the barn to find someone has painted a crooked sun on the bakery's door in yellow ochre. Beside it, someone else wrote, "We're alive. Come in." It's not Shakespeare, but it's effective. You wander down to the river's edge. The flood has receded enough to show the footprints of wagons and boots in the mud. There's even a chicken feather floating gently, like a flag of truce. Judith joins you, chewing something that looks suspiciously like yesterday's bread. Today, she says, we rebuild a fence. Just one. She raises a brow. One is optimistic. Half is realistic. So you start. The fence once belonged to the tanner, whose home now lies tilted like a drunk's hat against the bank. Rebuilding is less carpentry and more emotional archaeology. You dig through warped wood and find what might be the original posts, or maybe just 3 suspiciously straight tree roots. No one can say for sure. A boy no older than 10 appears with twine and a handful of bent nails. He offers them without a word and sits nearby, pretending not to watch. You let him help anyway. Historical fact. After floods, medieval villagers of all classes, children included, were often expected to join in rebuilding. Labor wasn't just shared, it was expected. You weren't helping a neighbor, you were keeping yourself alive. Lunch is a communal affair. One of the blacksmith's daughters has somehow found onions. Real ones. A pot of stew bubbles over the fire, and the scent is enough to make several grown men weep. You sit with your bowl and listen to the murmurs around you, plans, jokes, even a few songs. The kind sung in taverns just before closing, where everyone forgets half the lyrics and replaces them with laughter. Someone stands on a stump and announces that the town square will host a proper gathering tonight. not a meeting, a celebration. Because we are, she says, improbably, ridiculously, undeniably still here. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval villages developed flood feasts, strange little holidays, celebrated annually on the date of a great flood. People would float cakes on boards down rivers or build mock arks filled with bread and cheese. It was half joke, half ritual, and all catharsis. As dusk rolls in, lanterns appear. You help hang one from the bakery sign. Another flickers near the smithy. Someone starts playing a recorder, badly but with conviction. A man juggles apples. One hits him in the head. It's the most laughter the village has heard in weeks. The celebration isn't grand. There's no feast, no wine, no music beyond clapping and the occasional goat bleat. But it's enough. Children chase shadows with sticks pretending to slay sea serpents. An old woman in blue dances with a broom. Judith teaches someone how to curse in 5 dialects while pretending it's a lullaby. You sit beside the fire and let it warm your palms. Then someone asks you what happened, really happened, and you tell them. You tell them about the rising water, the night the church bell rang without a hand on the rope, the way your brother carried the midwife to the roof on his back, how the river opened like a mouth and swallowed the fields, the fences, the future, how you thought you wouldn't make it, but you did. They nod, not because it's dramatic, but because it's familiar. Everyone has their version. A teenage girl with freckles says her mother still won't come out from under the pews. A carpenter lost half his tools, but not his son, so he calls it even. A shepherd saw 3 of his sheep floating past like confused boats and hasn't laughed since. Until tonight, historians still argue whether medieval communities used storytelling as therapy, religion, or survival. The answer, of course, is yes. Yes to all of it. When the fire burns low and most have gone back to sleep or dream, you walk to the edge of the river one more time. The stars are clearer now. The current is quiet. Not calm, just quieter. You spot something caught in the reeds. A piece of carved wood. You pull it free. It's the top of a toy ship. Someone once sailed it across a basin or a puddle, or maybe even the river on a dare. Now it's here, bobbing like it belongs to the gods. You place it gently on a flat rock. Not an offering, not a warning, just remembrance. The breeze carries away the last notes of laughter, and somewhere in the darkness, a rooster coughs again. The smell of mud is nearly gone by morning. You wake to the sounds of rebuilding hammering, chopping the occasional barked complaint about someone stealing nails or using absolutely the wrong kind of wood. You stretch under a wool blanket that someone draped over you during the night. It smells like smoke and lavender. Bless them. Today you're helping to repair the mill, or what's left of it. The flood had treated the old mill like an afterthought, tossing its wheel into the field like a child's toy. You and 4 others stand in a circle around the broken stump that once turned grain into bread. One of them is chewing on something suspiciously crunchy. You hope it's just barley. A monk appears from nowhere, robed serene and carrying what looks like a surprisingly detailed sketch of the original mill. God helps those who measure twice, he says, then hands over the parchment like he's Moses with blueprints instead of commandments. You try to interpret the drawing. It appears to be labeled in Latin French, and something else that looks like a toddler's attempt at runes. No one says anything. You start building anyway. Historical fact: monasteries often served as centers of engineering knowledge in the Middle Ages. Monks documented everything from herbal medicine to mill construction, and many towns relied on their libraries after disasters. A teenage boy brings nails in a leather pouch. A dog follows him, carrying a mallet in its teeth. You'd be more surprised if the dog hadn't already helped raise 3 walls this week. One-eyed, shaggy, and smelling of pickled fish, the creature is basically honorary mayor at this point. The mill takes shape slowly. People argue over the placement of the water wheel. A girl with a braid-like rope insists she remembers the height of the original sluice gate because it was taller than Father Henry, and he's shaped like a barrel. That logic wins the day. The wheel itself is rebuilt from salvaged wood, each plank hammered into place with the reverence usually reserved for relics. Someone paints a smiley face on one of the spokes. Someone else adds a second eye. Before long, it has a name: the Blessed Circle. Not historically accurate, but deeply felt. You pause midday to drink from a shared flask water this time, and stare out over the receding floodplain. Grass is returning in patches. Birds have come back too. Small ones, darting between trees like feathered gossip. A child approaches you with a question. If the Leviathan made the flood, did it get tired and go back to sleep? You blink. Probably, you say. But maybe we just got pouring. The child considers this gravely, then runs off to inform their friends. Soon, you hear the phrase, bored sea monster, being shouted with varying degrees of confidence across the hill. Fringe tidbit. In some corners of medieval Europe, it was believed that dragons or sea monsters only attacked towns that had offended God through musical laziness. This led to several villages holding awkward outdoor concerts, featuring bagpipes, spoons, and terrified chanting. Think of it as jazz hands for divine mercy. By evening, the mill's skeleton stands. It's not beautiful. It lists slightly to the left. One of the support beams makes a sound like a man sighing every time the wind blows. But it stands. That night, the village gathers to watch the first test of the wheel. The stream has returned shy and thinner than before, but moving. The monk mutters a few words. The dog barks once, and someone pushes the wheel. It turns, slowly, creakily, like it's waking up from a 100-year nap. But it turns. A cheer goes up, not loud, but genuine. A sound of people deciding silently and together that this place is theirs again. You catch sight of Judith in the crowd. She's got soot on her cheek and a child on each arm. She grins like someone who hasn't slept in days and likes it that way. Tomorrow, she says, we fix the road. You groan because of course you do. But you'll be there. As people drift away, someone lights a lantern and hangs it from the mill door. It's not for light. It's a beacon. A small way of saying we're open again. We're working again. We are still here. Historians still argue whether medieval people were more resilient than we are now, or simply had fewer options. Maybe it's both. Maybe they just knew that grief didn't get the last word, bread did. Or laughter. Or a turning wheel. You watch the water flow past the wheel in silver ribbons. The night is calm. the stars return. For the first time in days, you hear frogs, you smile, and somewhere not far off, the rooster coughs again. You wake to hammering, again, but this time it's not the sound of rebuilding. It's rhythmically off, hesitant, and it's coming from the church bell tower, where no one's been since the flood dragged the stairs halfway to Denmark. You sit up groggy, your legs ache, your back feels like it wrestled a goat in the night. But the sound continues. Tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap. Not ringing. Knocking. Judith stands nearby, holding a makeshift broom that's seen better centuries. Could be rats, she says, entirely too calm. Or ghosts. She shrugs and continues sweeping, like either option is a mild inconvenience. You sigh and grab your boots. Because if it is a ghost, you'd rather face it now than wait for it to start rearranging the choir robes again. The church looms like a sleeping stone beast. The door creaks open, revealing that particular medieval church, smell wax-old wood, something vaguely mossy, and faith that's gone slightly sour in the corners. Inside, it's darker than you remember. Sunlight filters in through broken windows, turning dust into slow-moving galaxies. You follow the sound up what's left of the stairs. Rotted boards, twisted metal, and the occasional ominous crow feather. Finally, you reach the belfry, only to find a boy, maybe 10, alone, wrapped in a cloak, too big for him, holding a length of chain like it's a magic talisman. I thought if I rang it, he says, the sea would hear we're still here. You blink, then you sit beside him, gently take the chain, and together you ring it. Not loud, not clear, but enough for the sea. Or maybe just enough for you. Historical fact. In parts of medieval Europe, church bells were believed to ward off storms and floods. Some towns rang them during high tides in hopes that the sound would drive back the water, or at least convince God to change the channel. Down below, the village stirs. Heads peek out. Someone claps. Someone else yells that the bell's clearly out of tune, but their voice is warm with relief. Back on the ground, you're greeted by the mayor, or what passes for one. A woman named Adela, who once arm-wrestled a visiting monk and won a barrel of salted herring. She walks with a limp now, but her voice is strong. We're going to map it, she says. Map what? The flood. Where it came from. Where it went. What it took. She lifts a piece of parchment that's seen things. Water stains ash, a suspicious paw print. We make a map, she says, so the next time the sea comes, we're not surprised. She hands you a quill. You stare at it. You haven't drawn anything more complicated than a smiley face on a cabbage since the third day of the flood. But you nod. You and 3 others sit at a rough-hewn table in the tavern ruins, sketching lines and arrows. The barkeep brings weak beer and slightly less weak advice. A child offers to color it in with crushed berries. You let them. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval coastal towns carved flood levels into stone or wood beside their churches, physical reminders of where the water had reached. These markings, known as high water stones, were sometimes carved with skulls, crosses, or prayers, in case anyone thought building too close again was a good idea. By midday, the map begins to take shape. It's wrong in half a dozen ways, but it's yours. There's a corner marked Cursed Goat, Bog Still Dangerous, and another labeled Do Not Fish. Here, haunted eels. You laugh, so do the others. For the first time in weeks, it doesn't sound strange. A group gathers. You tack the map to the tavern wall. Someone brings a candle. Someone else starts humming. The air feels lighter. Historians still argue whether these community recovery efforts were organized or organic, whether medieval villagers followed protocols or simply did what made sense. Probably both. Desperation, after all, is a very efficient administrator. That night you climb the hill behind the village. The stars are out brighter than you remember. The air is cleaner, as if the flood washed away something more than mud. The church bell swings once in the wind. Not a ring, just a creak. You sit in the grass. Below the village glows with small fires and hopeful voices. The sea lies beyond quiet, for now, shimmering like it's thinking. And just before you head back down, the boy appears beside you again. Do you think the sea heard? You pause, then smile. I think it always hears, but maybe now it's listening. By now the mud has names. You've stepped in every kind. Slick as eel skin, chunky like old porridge. Some with the consistency of regret. Others that seem to actively resent your presence. And through it all, you and the others trudge with purpose. You're digging, not a grave, thankfully. A path. A boy with no shoes, because shoes are a luxury, now calls out, "Found it." He's pointing at a shallow stone trough, almost lost beneath the muck. One of the old drainage canals, miraculously intact. You kneel beside it, brush away the sediment with your sleeve, and uncover the carved symbol of a fish. Not artistic, just sincere. Around you, others cheer. Someone throws a handful of soggy petals in celebration. Someone else slips and falls into the celebration, which is somehow funnier than it should be. It feels like hope. Mucky, cold, soggy hope. Historical fact. Medieval towns, especially in the Low Countries and coastal England, often relied on intricate systems of dikes, canals, and sluices to manage flooding. When they failed, rebuilding them became priority number one, even before food stores were replenished. By midday, you've traced the whole route. It bends oddly, now rerouted by the flood's fury. The baker, who once swore off physical labor after a run-in with a particularly angry cow, is ankle-deep in sludge, smiling like a fool. The townsfolk have started giving names to spots: knee-deep alley breadbasket, bend the pit of eternal sogginess. Someone starts a song about that last one. It's awful, but it's catchy. You carry stones, restack what you can. The weaver brings reeds to patch the canal walls. A nun appears, seemingly summoned by the sound of swearing, and blesses the mud with a few choice Latin phrases and a bucket of something that smells like vinegar and victory. Fringe tidbit. In parts of medieval France and Germany, it was believed that if a town's drainage systems were repaired with willow roots and holy salt, the flood would not return. You do not have holy salt, but you do have a wheel of extremely suspicious cheese, which the townsfolk decide is close enough. The path through the village is slowly taking form. You can walk from the mill to the market square without slipping more than twice. This is what victory looks like, now dry feet and semi-cooperative terrain. The mayor gathers the village that evening. Her voice echoes across the square, what's left of it. "We've marked the high water line," she announces, pointing to a notched post near the well. "And we've named every spot the flood tried to steal. We claim it back. She holds up a muddy shoe. Yours, you realize, from 3 days ago. Stolen by a current, now returned by the hands of a child with a gap-toothed grin. We walk again, she says, slipping it onto your foot like some twisted medieval Cinderella moment. This is our road. You laugh. The others do too. Even the goat, who has been inexplicably grumpy since the flood, seems slightly less judgmental. That night, as the rebuilt canal gurgles with redirected water and the fires burn in dry pits, you feel something shift. Not in the earth, though that still occasionally groans, but in the people. They speak in full sentences now. They argue over things like soup ingredients and fence height instead of food rations and missing kin. Someone suggests rebuilding the tavern's back room into a school. Another insists it should be a bakery. Somehow it ends with someone drawing a goat in a bonnet on the wall. Historians still argue whether communities like yours truly recovered after medieval floods, or whether they simply adapted, permanently changed by what they endured. Either way, what stands in your village now isn't what stood before. It's newer, hungrier, kinder. You lie on a patch of half-dry straw, that night cloak, tucked tight, the sound of water, now a trickle instead of a threat. You're asleep before the wind has time to rustle the thatch above you, and you dream not of drowning, not of monsters or waves or cold. You dream of feet walking where water once ruled, of maps etched in mud, of the sound of a bell ringing just loud enough to be heard beneath the sea, and of the sea. Listening, morning arrives like a whisper instead of a slap. For the first time in days, weeks, you wake without dread curling in your belly. Your limbs are sore, but not desperate. There is no shouting in the streets, no frantic splashing, no wails of loss. Just the sound of a broom swishing against stone and the muted squawk of a chicken making peace with being damp. You stretch beneath your half-dry blanket and rise to the aroma of something warm. Porridge gruel. Doesn't matter. It's warm, and that's a miracle. Outside, a boy with ash on his nose is helping rebuild the chapel steps. The baker is singing again, louder, worse than ever, and someone throws a boot at him lovingly. You wander down toward what used to be the square. It's not square anymore, more like rounded on one end, dented on the other. But it's functioning. A few tables, a pot of stew, someone sharpening a blade with more pride than purpose. You spot the old fisherman who refused to leave his roof during the flood. He's now standing in a puddle that was once his kitchen, using a stick to poke what looks suspiciously like a boot full of moss. Still warm, he says. Might plant something in it? You nod. That seems entirely reasonable. Historical fact. After severe floods, medieval towns sometimes held processions not of mourning, but of blessing and thanksgiving. People would parade relics, saints' bones, or miracle-working icons through the still damp streets to mark the beginning of rebuilding. Some towns even created entirely new feast days just to celebrate having survived. In your village, it starts with a joke. Someone ties a soggy cabbage to a stick and declares it a sacred relic of Saint Lettuce the Buoyant. Another strings seashells onto a piece of goat twine and calls it a rosary for waterproof prayers. It gets out of hand quickly. By noon, half the village is in procession. A muddy banner with a fish painted on it leads the way. Children throw petals, real and imaginary. The blacksmith wears a crown of bread crusts. The nun is trying to maintain some level of dignity, but even she smirks when someone starts chanting, "Oh, holy sponge, save us from the drips." You join in, of course. You're even asked to carry the sacred bucket, a pail filled with relics of the flood, a bent spoon, half a tile, someone's left boot, possibly the fisherman's. It's ridiculous, and it's healing something you didn't know was still broken. Fringe tidbit. In a handful of 14th century German towns, post-flood rituals included theatrical reenactments of the disaster, complete with costumes, sound effects, and very nervous goats. These early disaster plays may have been the precursors to certain forms of folk theatre. The procession ends where the water first breached the village, a splintered section of the outer wall now held together with rope faith and some extremely suspicious mortar. There, the mayor reads a speech she definitely wrote 5 minutes ago on a piece of bark. "By the grace of the ground and the stubbornness of this goat," she says, gesturing to the now iconic animal chewing on someone's belt. "We remember the flood and declare this the day of dry socks." Applause, laughter, a few tears. It's not about pretending nothing happened. It's about admitting it did and walking on anyway. The sky is still overcast, but the clouds are no longer oppressive. The sun peeks through like a nervous guest, unsure if they're still invited. The air smells of stewed damp wood and a cautious kind of joy. You sit by the fire pit later with the others, sharing stories of before, during, and after. Some are funny. One is particularly grim until the punchline turns out to be that the cow floated into the bakery and became a local hero. You laugh so hard, you nearly fall into the coals. Still, the mayor says, stirring the pot, "We should keep the high water pool." You all nod, just in case. Historians still argue whether these community rituals were practical therapy or just medieval ways of coping through chaos. Probably both. What's certain is that laughter, however muddy, however strange, echoes louder in streets that once knew only silence. That night, you go to sleep beneath a patched roof and stars that look a little less judgmental. And just before your eyes close, you hear someone whisper, "It didn't take us." No, you think? It tried, but it didn't. Hey guys, tonight we drift into the final story of our journey through medieval floods. Not just the chaos and loss, but the quiet, strange ways people kept going afterward. You wake up to find your legs tangled in linen and the candle burned out. The floor is dry beneath you. That's still a little shocking. For so long, your dreams were waterlogged, filled with creaking timbers, screams and tides that didn't care what they drowned. But now it's silence. Not empty silence, but peaceful, like the hush of snowfall or the pause before a song starts. Outside, morning fog hugs the ground. It clings to rooftops and wood piles, to carts left half repaired, and to the crooked ladder someone never moved. You step outside and breathe in damp, pine-sweet air. It no longer carries that foul reek of rot and fear. Children are already at play, digging small canals in the dirt and pretending to save imaginary sheep from their puddle villages. One girl wears a crown of straw and insists she's queen of the waters. Another argues she's actually the Leviathan here for tribute. You smile. Good to know the ancient sea beast is now just an 8-year-old with missing teeth. Historical fact: in areas where floods were especially devastating, medieval towns occasionally appointed flood wardens, local figures responsible for rebuilding levees, watching river levels, and organizing responses to heavy rains. It was one of the earliest forms of emergency management in the pre-modern world. In your town, that role unofficially falls to a grumpy weaver with a cane and a voice like a church bell that's seen better days. She points at the riverbank and barks orders while gnawing on an apple. No one argues with her. Even the river seems to stay in its lane when she glares at it. You help unload sandbags, clear debris, and string lines of prayer flags made from old tunics. Some are humorous, stay dry or die trying. Others are hopeful, the river is not our enemy. A few are simply names. The ones you lost, the ones who left, the ones who didn't return. One man hangs a lantern over a collapsed bridge and says it's for the ghost of the goat. No one laughs at him. Not anymore. Fringe tidbit. In parts of 13th century France, there were folk superstitions about water spirits that could be soothed only by singing lullabies at river crossings. Travelers supposedly hummed lullabies aloud to avoid offending les noyeurs, the drowning ones. Whether it worked or not, who knows? But it gave people a reason to sing when they were scared. You hum something soft as you walk along the repaired wall, fingers trailing over the stone. It's not a hymn, not a lullaby, just a tune that sounds like breathing or hope. You hum it louder. The wind picks up a little. The trees sway like they're listening. Later that evening, the mayor lights a fire in the center of the village. Not for warmth, spring is coming, but for memory. People gather around, bringing mugs and mismatched chairs, and the firelight paints their faces with gold and shadow. A small boy climbs onto the baker's lap and asks, will it flood again? No one lies, maybe says the mayor, but we'll build again. And just like that, someone begins to drum lightly on a bucket. Another taps 2 spoons together. A third adds a flute so badly played it makes a dog howl in the next field. You add your hands. Just a clap, offbeat, awkward human. But it fits. The stars emerge one by one with no clouds to hide behind. No omen, no wrath, just stars. You lie back on a thatched mat, listening to laughter, to rhythm, to life, folding itself into the spaces the flood left behind. Historians still argue whether stories of flood survivors are reliable records or embellished legends passed down to justify why certain villages moved or vanished. But for those who lived through it, the water was never just water. It was a thief, a teacher, a mirror, and sometimes a muse. And now, it's just the river again. Hey guys, tonight we pick up where we left off, knee-deep in memory and mud-chasing stories that slosh just ahead of our boots. The storm has passed, but the ground is still soft underfoot. And you, well, you're no longer the wide-eyed beginner from earlier. You've heard whispers of drowned bells, goat prophets, and flood-born dragons. Now you're ready to meet a man who escaped a holy disaster and still isn't quite sure why. You're walking beside a road that no longer leads anywhere. The path disappears under a lazy brown sheet of floodwater that reflects the pewter sky. Off in the distance, the stone tip of a shrine pokes up like a warning finger from a drowned meadow. A figure approaches from the other direction, barefoot, muddy, limping. He's a pilgrim. Threadbare cloak, scallop shell, pinned at the shoulder, and a satchel that jingles faintly with coins or teeth. You don't ask which. His hands are raw. His face is sun-creased and water-worn, like he's been boiled in brine and spit back out. He stops, nods, and says, "It took the saint, but not me." You walk with him for a while, mostly in silence, as he recounts the night it happened. He'd been sleeping under the eaves of a chapel, halfway through his pilgrimage to Walsingham. Rain had been steady for days, but the locals didn't worry. The river never rises past the Cressfields, they said. They were wrong. The water came at midnight. Not a trickle, not a steady climb. A surge. The kind of wave you'd expect from the sea, not a sleepy inland brook. He said it hit like a beast, crashing through trees, ripping through fences and prayers alike. He ran uphill. The chapel didn't. He swears the water took the building whole stone altar and reliquary, like swallowing a biscuit. The next morning the valley was gone. Just a brown lake reflecting sky and judgment. He saw cows floating belly up and a crucifix bobbing like a mast. Mainstream historical fact. In the 12th and 13th centuries, flash floods in parts of Britain and France swept through pilgrim routes, sometimes destroying entire shrines. One infamous flood in 1236 tore through parts of southern England after relentless winter rains, collapsing bridges and drowning livestock. The pilgrim says something odd. Next, I think the saint meant to go. You raise an eyebrow, and he shrugs. We always said she performed miracles. Maybe the miracle was leaving. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval records describe shrines being taken by the water, as if the saint herself had decided to depart. This spiritual framing helped believers make sense of loss. Less disaster, more divine relocation. He tells you he's been walking ever since. No destination really, just walking where it's dry and avoiding where it's not. He says he listens to frogs now. They're better prophets than priests when it comes to floods. You offer him some bread. He chews slowly and nods. I keep thinking he says about how the water knew. It knew where to go, what to take, who to spare. He doesn't say it, but you both hear it. Why me? Historians still argue whether such survival stories were pure chance divine interpretation or embellished over time by grateful survivors desperate to explain the unexplainable. You reach a dry hill together where the path splits. He heads left to you, head right. Before you part ways, he says one last thing. If you ever see frogs fleeing uphill, don't ask why. Just follow. You nod. The air is heavy again, and you swear the clouds are listening. You find yourself walking along the banks of a swollen river, its edges marked by snapped tree limbs and a trail of sodden debris, bits of thatch, cracked clay pots, even a child's carved wooden horse caught in the reeds. The land here is flat and open, a marshland turned into a shallow sea. The sky is still heavy with rain, though the storm itself has moved on. Everything is damp, and everything smells of rot. Ahead, you spot a figure perched on a log, an old woman wrapped in layers of patchy wool, bare feet planted in the mud like roots. She's humming to herself, plucking at the strings of a crudely made lyre. The tune is ancient and oddly cheerful, the kind of melody that doesn't care if you're listening or not. You sit beside her without a word. She stops playing just long enough to say, "My mill's gone, but the frogs are fat. Then she goes right back to plucking. Eventually, she speaks again, this time without looking at you. The water came during the fair. You ever seen a flood chase a juggler? Funniest thing I've ever seen. He dropped everything and ran like the devil was juggling him. You smile despite yourself. She tells you about her village, a riverside mill town that hosted a spring fair every year. Merchants, music, roasted goose and sweet mead. She was tending a pie stall when the river simply rose, not angry, just greedy. First, it took the dogs, she says, then the sausages, then the smithy's boy. In that order, mainstream historical fact. Seasonal fairs were common in medieval Europe, often held near rivers for ease of trade. However, floods during such events weren't rare, and several chronicles record fairs ending in chaos due to sudden rising waters, especially in places like the Rhine Valley and the Fens. She waves her hand vaguely toward the water. It took the whole village and left the church. Said something, didn't it? Fringe tidbit. There's a persistent belief in some 14th century writings that floodwaters spared churches because angels protected them, or that the church floated on the water's surface until it came to rest on a hill like Noah's Ark in miniature. Some monks even painted such scenes in marginalia, complete with confused cows and boats. You ask if she ever rebuilt. She laughs so hard she snorts. Rebuilt what the water keeps coming back. If it wants the land, let it have it. I'm a swamp witch now. She plucks a few more notes on her lyre, then squints sideways at you. You want to survive a flood simple. Know how to swim, and know when to laugh. A breeze picks up, rippling the tall reeds, and making the surface of the water shimmer like polished tin. In the distance, something croaks 3 times in perfect rhythm with her tune. She grins. Told you. Frogs know. Historians still argue whether stories like hers, part jest, part lament, part fable, were distortions of real events, or a way for rural communities to process grief when the water took everything familiar. Maybe both. Maybe it's easier to remember a flood if you wrap it in music and mud. You rise, thank her, and start walking again. Behind you, her song resumes. Something about a goat who learned to row. The land is quiet now, but you keep an eye on the sky. And the frogs. You wake to the sound of bells, faint, frantic, and not the kind meant for prayer. The air is too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you check your pulse just to be sure. Then the sound returns, clanging, clanging, and then shouting. Someone runs past your door. You're up barefoot, the rush of cold stone underfoot, snapping your mind into motion. The street outside is chaos. Carts, abandoned animals, loosed people clutching sacks, or nothing at all, as they scramble uphill. You catch someone by the arm and ask what's happening. They don't stop running. The sea, they cry. The sea's coming. You stand frozen for half a breath until you hear it. Not just the bells, not just the screams. A roar. A rolling, thunderous roar. Not from above, like a storm, but from below. The ground hums. You run. The streets twist and tilt as if trying to help or hinder. You leap over a toppled brazier duck under a swinging signboard and then glance back. That's when you see it. The wave. Not a wave like in stories. No perfect curl, no graceful crash. This is a wall. A furious frothing wall of salt and stone and timbers already claimed from towns farther down the coast. It's not blue, It's brown, black and white with foam, all of it shrieking toward you like it's got a personal grudge. You make it to the ridge, joining others who gasp and sob and clutch each other. The church bell swings overhead, its tower swaying in the rising wind. Then the wave hits. You don't see it swallow the town, you feel it. The sound is a splintering, like 10,000 oaks being torn in half. And then silence. The kind of silence that feels wrong in your ears, like they're plugged with wool and fear. Mainstream historical fact. The St. Lucius Flood of 1287 struck the Netherlands and parts of northern Germany. More than 50,000 people missing and transforming inland areas into what would become the Zuiderzee. It permanently altered geography and reshaped coastlines. When you open your eyes, the sun is weak, filtered through silt-darkened clouds. Below your town is gone. Houses float at crooked angles, roofs poking from the surf like broken teeth. A cow moans from somewhere unseen. A man stumbles past you, clutching a doll. Fringe tidbit. Survivors of certain medieval floods reported strange lights beneath the water in the days after described as ghost lamps or sea candles. Some thought they were will-o'-the-wisps. Others claimed they were the souls of the drowned still searching for dry land. You descend the hills slowly, your feet squishing through what used to be streets. You pass the church. Its front door is missing, but the altar candle is still lit. How you don't ask. A child tugs your sleeve. She's holding a soaked basket empty, but still swinging as if full. "It took my cat," she whispers. Then, almost to herself, I think she swam. Historians still argue whether these massive surges were caused purely by storms or triggered in part by geological shifts like undersea quakes or hidden landslides. Some suggest that the legends of sea monsters stemmed from these sudden upheavals. If the sea had a beast, surely it was angry. You gather survivors at the hill's edge. Someone has a loaf of bread, another a goat skin of wine. You eat in silence, and one by one, people begin to hum an old hymn. Not for the dead, but for what didn't drown. The wave is gone, but the sea, it's still there, lapping at the edges of what you thought was safe. The days after the flood move slowly like oars through mud. Time stretches and bends, marked only by the sun's half-hearted attempts to pierce the gloom. You and a few dozen others have made camp on a hill that used to be outside town, but now it feels like an island. You're wrapped in a patchwork of salvaged cloaks, burlap sacks, and salt-stiffened wool. No one speaks much. Food comes from what floats up bruised apples in a barrel, a cracked pot full of preserved fish, a wheel of cheese so waterlogged it squeaks. You help carry the wounded to a dry cellar, now a kind of impromptu infirmary. One man has a gash from a shattered roof beam. Another hasn't spoken since the wave hit, staring at the sky like it still owes him answers. You build fires at night, not for warmth, the warmth helps, but for light, for comfort, for proof that something still flickers. One evening, someone finds a harp among the wreckage. Its strings are ruined, but the frame is intact. A young woman cradles it like a child, then begins to hum as she strums the broken chords. The sound is soft, discordant, and exactly what you all need. Mainstream historical fact. After the 1287 St. Lucius flood, entire communities were permanently displaced. Some survivors were relocated inland, while others chose to rebuild on stilts or dikes, marking one of the earliest large-scale human responses to rising sea levels in medieval Europe. You volunteer to help bury the dead. It's not a heroic task. The ground is sodden, uncooperative. You use the back end of a broken oar as a shovel. You cover the faces with fabric if you can. One old woman insists on whispering names. Even if she's guessing, no one stops her. At night, the tide comes close. Closer than it should. You swear it's creeping. Fringe tidbit. In the wake of great floods, some medieval chroniclers described the appearance of new saints, local figures who were martyred in the disaster, then venerated for miracles like floating uncorrupted or calming terrified children. One such story speaks of a blind baker who rang the town bell while water rose to his chest and whose grave never stayed wet, no matter how high the sea. You dream that night of a bell underwater, ringing, loud and slow and wrong. The next morning, a traveler appears, mud-covered and hollow-eyed, carrying news from upriver. It's not just your town, he says. All the way to the next shire, washed clean. You sit beside a boy who hasn't spoken in 2 days. He's tying knots into a length of rope, one after the other. Therefore, remembering, he tells you quietly, one knot for each face. Historians still argue whether this flood season marked the end of an unusually stormy climate cycle or the beginning of something worse. Some believe it was the early sign of the Little Ice Age, a centuries-long cooling that would reshape Europe. Others say it was simply the sea, being the sea. You don't care what they say, because when you look out now where streets and homes once stood, you don't see loss. You see water. Living, waiting, watching. You think about leaving, but for now, you stay. You have knots to help tie. You hold the list in your hands, parchment still damp, corners curling like dried petals. Ink blurs in places. You trace the lines with your finger, slow and deliberate, whispering names you don't know, but that someone once loved. Welcome to the ledger of the lost. The mayor, if you can still call him that, sits across from you. He's younger than you expected, barely 30, with hands too clean for this much death. His desk is a blank across 2 barrels. The room, a barn that used to house goats and now houses grief. By candlelight, he updates the tally name age, last known location, recovered or still missing. It's equal parts obituary and inventory. You help him cross-reference the records. Willem the Weaver, missing from East Dyke. Seen with daughter Maria of the Baker's Lane, found near the old grain mill. Every update feels like both a wound and a balm. At least now they're accounted for. He sighs often. He has the sigh of a man who's forgotten how to breathe without it. A woman arrives with a damp bundle of cloth. Inside, a doll made of corn husks, water-stained, and missing an eye. My daughter, she says, and that's all. He writes the child's name on the list. You both nod. Mainstream historical fact. After the Grote Mandrenke flood of 1362, known as the Great Drowning of Men, coastal cities like Rungholt vanished overnight. Chroniclers describe entire communities lost beneath the North Sea, with lists of victims painstakingly recorded by local monks. One of the earliest forms of civilian flood documentation in medieval Europe. By midday, the mayor is shivering, not from cold, but from the weight. They keep coming, he mutters. Names, bodies, rumors, and I have to make them neat. You place a hand on his shoulder. They don't need you whisper. Just remembered. Fringe tidbit. Some flood survivors in 14th century Denmark believed that anyone unaccounted for was not dead, but taken by the sea for 100 years and would return exactly as they left. It led to bizarre legal debates over property inheritance, with some estates locked in limbo for decades, awaiting a return that never came. You hear one such tale that night of a boy who vanished in the wave and whose shoes were found perfectly dry on a chapel doorstep weeks later. No footprints, just the shoes. Some say he became a selkie. Others say he became the sea itself. Historians still argue whether medieval casualty reports were accurate, exaggerated to invoke sympathy, or manipulated for land claims. In some abbey records, numbers of the dead changed depending on who was asking and why. You wonder whether truth matters when the ocean doesn't care about facts. That evening, a child draws with charcoal on the barn wall. You watch as he sketches crooked little houses and a stick figure family. Then he draws waves towering thick and dark, engulfing it all. The final image is a hand reaching up from beneath. When he finishes, he hands you the charcoal. You hesitate, then add a sun in the top corner. Small pail, barely there, but present, because the ledger is only half the story. The other half is who's left to write it. You wake to bells iron clanging, not from a church tower, but strung on a rope between two makeshift poles. A warning system. Someone spotted the river rising again. You scramble out of your straw bed in the upper loft of a drying barn, nearly smacking your head on the beam. Outside fog smears the trees and drips from the branches. It's the kind of morning where your breath comes out in clouds and your hope stays buried in your boots. The village has moved uphill, what's left of it anyway. A few tents, scattered carts, a cooking fire surrounded by kettles that never quite boil. Everyone's tense. They remember what happened last time. A boy points at the bend in the river. The water's creeping again, crawling up the banks, like it knows exactly where to go. The elders debate whether to evacuate or wait it out. They've lost so much already. A cart of tools, a family goat, an entire bakery that vanished between one sunrise and the next. Mainstream historical fact. During the medieval floods of St. Elizabeth's in 1421, people underestimated how quickly riverbanks could fail, especially when weakened by weeks of rain. More than 70 villages in the Low Countries were wiped off the map overnight. Chroniclers noted how locals often dismissed the first signs as just another wet season. You follow a group heading into the forest to check the old levee. It's barely holding. Mud squelches underfoot. Roots poke through the soil like ribs. A priest walks silently among the crowd, sprinkling holy water. You think it might be for the ground, not the people. Fringe tidbit. Some villagers hung garlic from trees during floods, not to repel evil spirits, but to ward off the sicknesses that rise with water. A medieval superstition born from mold, rot, and misery. Ironically, garlic may have helped more than they knew. The air feels heavy. You recognize it now, that strange hush before something breaks. Like a breath being held by the land itself. You kneel by the levee and dig with a stick. Not because it'll help, but because doing nothing would hurt more. A child sits nearby, tossing pebbles into a puddle. each splash a countdown, historians still argue whether the repeated flooding of river towns was due more to natural shifts in climate or to deforestation and overfarming upriver. Some blame the Little Ice Age. Others say it was medieval hubris, building too close to water that never truly wanted them there. Someone yells, "You turn." A man's running breathless, waving his arms. The other side, "It's come loose," he shouts. There's no time to organize. People scatter. You run your feet, slipping in wet grass, your lungs burning. At the top of the ridge, you look back. Water crashes through the trees like an animal uncaged. It's not just rising, it's chasing. Back in the village, bells ring again. But no one needs reminding. They're already gone. You hear it before you see it, a low rhythmic drumming on the water. Not thunder, not hooves, just something big, repeating, echoing through the fog. You're in a rowboat now. You don't remember boarding, but your hands ache from rowing. Oars dip and creak. The sea is calm eerily, so a silver sheet stretched beneath a colorless sky. Ahead, Cornwall looms as a vague silhouette. You were supposed to trade fish for wool salt for grain, but no one's been answering the signal fires on the headlanders lately. The last ship to make port here turned around empty-handed, whispering of vanished towers. You pull closer. The cliffs are still there, jagged and unmoved, but something's off. Where there should be harbor bells and seabirds, there's only silence. You beach the boat and walk inland. The sand is littered with strange things, half-buried stone blocks, shattered pottery bones. Then you see them, not bones, steps, stone steps, leading down into the sea. The tide is out, revealing the ruins of a village that shouldn't exist. Arched doorways carved in weathered granite, mosaics of fish and suns, walls softened by centuries, but unmistakable. A sunken settlement. The locals have a name for it, Lioness. Historical fact. Medieval legends tell of a kingdom called Lyonesse off the coast of Cornwall, said to have been swallowed by the sea in a single night. Some say it was punishment. Others say it was a warning. And there are modern divers who swear they've seen stone formations under the waves that don't belong. You kneel beside a wall, tracing your finger over a carved symbol waves, curling into spirals. Something flickers in your memory. A story from a sailor who claimed the sea sometimes forgets to give back what it takes. A foghorn wails in the distance. You spin around, but there's no ship. Just the sea pressing closer. Fringe tidbit. In the 13th century, monks on the Scilly Isles claim to have seen sunken towers beneath the waves, whose bells ring when no wind blows. They wrote it down, complete with drawings, bells floating like jellyfish in ink-dark water. You stare out at the sea, and for just a second, it moves differently, like something is breathing, like the water is stretching to remember a shape it once held. Historians still argue whether Lyonesse was a real place lost to erosion or a metaphor for mankind's fragile hold on land. Some think the story began with actual villages drowned during ancient floods, tales that grew teeth over time. Others insist it's a warning about pride. Build too close to the edge, and the edge remembers. You step back from the waves. Your boots fill with cold water. The tide is coming in fast, too fast. You run. Behind you, the sea slides in silent, as a thief covering the ruins, like closing a book you weren't supposed to read. The wind howls so loud, it sounds like screaming, but you know better. Screaming doesn't rise and fall with such precision. It doesn't echo across waves in perfect rhythm. You tighten your cloak and steady the oil lamp in your hand. The flame dances wildly but holds. You are the last lighthouse keeper on a crumbling stretch of cliff where the land dies hard into the sea. This place doesn't even have a proper name anymore. It's just called The Edge by passing sailors, most of whom avoid it unless forced. They say the light you tend is cursed, that it doesn't guide, it warns. And even then, too late. The steps to the tower spiral like a shell, and your legs burn with every climb. The stones are slick with sea salt, worn smooth by centuries of brine and wind. Above the great lantern is caged in green rusted iron, its gears creaking like an old man's knees. You light it every night without fail, not for ships, but for it. No one's ever told you what it is exactly. Only that the flame must stay lit. That long ago, the sea took something, and this light is the bargain. Historical fact. Some medieval lighthouses in Britain were operated by monks believed to be protectors, not only of ships, but of coastal communities, guarding them, not just from reefs, but from the deep unknown. You stare out through the thick glass panes. The ocean below is black as tar, churning in slow spirals. A storm is coming, but the barometer says nothing. No thunder, just pressure enough to pop your ears and make your heart flutter like a caught bird. You descend again, passing old carvings, etched into the wall, serpents, crosses, stars. One you've never noticed before glows faintly as you pass a circle within a triangle, like an eye trapped inside a compass, a fringe tidbit. There's an obscure Cornish manuscript that describes a lighthouse built not to warn the sailor, but to blind the beast. It says the fire must burn as constant as grief, or else the sea shall walk again. Tonight the flame sputters once, just once, then steadies. You exhale. Below the water slaps the cliff base harder. Not like waves, like fists. The clouds open. The moon appears full and too close, as if watching. And there it is. Far out, barely visible, a shadow moves beneath the water. Not a ship, not a whale, something else. So large, it displaces moonlight, like a continent shifting under silk. The sea ripples silent, reverent. You raise your lantern higher. The flame flares. The shadow pauses. Then slowly and possibly it turns. Historians still argue whether medieval mariners truly believed in sea monsters like Leviathan, or simply used them to explain the inexplicable ships that vanished villages swept away sudden darkness on clear days. But here, standing at the edge of the world, with a lantern that's older than your family name, you're not interested in arguments. You're interested in survival. You stay at the top of the tower until dawn, the flame never faltering. The shadow never returns. But the next morning, the tide leaves something behind on the rocks, a massive barnacle-covered tooth, the size of your forearm. Curved, split at the tip, still wet. You leave it where it lies, just in case. You travel inland far from the sea, far from the cliffs, the storms, the unspoken shapes that shift beneath the waves. You think you've outrun it. You even start to breathe easier when you see green fields instead of black water and cows instead of gulls. But the river, it turns out, remembers. You find yourself in a quiet medieval village, nestled beside a wide, slow-moving river. The kind of place where bread cools on windowsills and children chase chickens across cobbled lanes. It's peaceful, suspiciously so. You notice how the villagers never go near the river after sundown. You ask a stable boy why, and he shrugs, then says, "Sometimes the water walks." You laugh. He doesn't. Historical fact. Medieval Europe was littered with villages built on floodplains. People relied on rivers for trade and survival, but underestimated their fury. Some communities were flooded so often that certain buildings were constructed with water escape ladders inside. You stay in the village for a few nights, earning your keep by helping the miller. The river seems harmless, just water and reeds and the occasional lazy fish. But you notice strange things. Cats that hiss at the riverbank. A girl who throws salt into the water every morning. A prayer scratched into the door of every house. The fringe tidbit comes from a 12th century French tale of a river in Burgundy, said to contain a sleeping serpent that stirred once a generation. The villagers there blamed any flood, no matter how minor, on its awakening. The river in your village has no name on any map. Just an old carving on a stone by the bank, a spiral. Crude, worn smooth by centuries of fear. One night it rains, not hard, not stormy, just soft, steady, silent. But in the morning, the river is gone. Not dry gone, just a bed of cracked mud, and in its place, drag marks, massive ones. Like something wet and wide and coiled had unspooled itself and crawled away. The villagers don't scream. They don't panic. They start hammering their shutters closed and stuffing moss into the chimneys. You ask the miller what's going on. "It went walking," he says, tightening a wooden brace across his window. We lock up until it decides to come back. But when walking you press, he only mutters, "Leviathan drinks from the river when he stirs." You decide not to stay another night. Historians still argue whether stories like these were ways to process natural disasters, or if they were deliberately crafted warnings, not for monsters, but for human carelessness. Settling too low, cutting too many trees, listening too little to local lore. You leave the village on foot, boots squelching through damp soil eyes, flicking over your shoulder every few steps. Later that evening, from the safety of a distant hill, you turn to look back. The village is underwater. No storm, no rain, just water sitting there like it had always been. Peaceful, still. You watch a floating roof drift by a chimney stack like a waving arm, and you wonder, what if it wasn't a flood? What if something large and ancient simply decided to lie down? You press on, wandering eastward along country roads and marshy footpaths. Your boots are caked with mud, and your thoughts still tangled with the image of a vanished river and the quiet way an entire village disappeared. As dusk folds over the land, you spot a tower, narrow stone and barely standing. The chapel of Saint Bertrand, a place you've heard spoken of only once in whispers, sits atop a grassy rise overlooking what once was a valley, except there's no valley now. Just water, still and wide and recent. You reach the chapel gates and find a single monk, old and lean, sweeping silt from the stones. His face is creased like a leather map, and his robes smell of candle wax and mildew. He doesn't look surprised to see you, just nods once and says, "You've come after the flood." That word again. You follow him inside where a dozen wax tapers flicker in the gloom. Damp prayer books lie drying on wooden slats, and the floor bears muddy footprints, not all human-sized. Historical fact. The All Saints Flood of 1170 devastated parts of the Netherlands and northwestern Germany. Some churches reportedly remained partially submerged for weeks. Chroniclers wrote of towns that vanished as if swallowed by time itself. You ask the monk how high the waters rose. He doesn't answer. Instead, he hands you a small piece of vellum, a map, a crude one, scribbled in ochre ink. But it's not land, it shows. It's depths. Depths and teeth. You recognize the pattern, a spiral, a fringe tidbit recorded by a minor scribe in a forgotten monastery. Refers to the spiral symbol as the mark of the breathing deep, said to represent the turning of Leviathan beneath the world's surface. Wherever the spiral appeared, water would follow. You trace the spiral with your finger. The monk says, they say this place stood on dry ground when Christ walked the earth, and now it dreams of drowning again. You peer out the chapel window. The marsh below is eerily calm, broken only by the occasional ripple. And yet, no birds, no frogs, no bugs, just silence thick enough to chew. You venture down the hill the next morning, curious and cautious, toward what the locals now call the Mirror Lake. Its surface is like glass, so smooth it reflects the sky with unsettling accuracy. As you near the edge, you spot something beneath the water. Not a fish, not a shadow, an arch, a roof, a chimney. There's a village down there, whole and preserved. You back away slowly. Historians still argue whether these medieval submergences were caused by dramatic sea level shifts, earthquakes, or human error in dike building. But others wonder, how did towns vanish entirely without a trace in the records, except for one monk sweeping mud and keeping maps of teeth? The old monk sees your face and murmurs, "The water gives you back what it wants you to see." You thank him and leave the chapel behind, watching the wind push soft waves across a surface that's holding its breath. You follow a narrow trail flanked by reeds and fog, the land underfoot spongy and uncertain. Somewhere ahead lies a town whose name no one seems able or willing to pronounce the same way twice. Some call it Halvenshan, others Halver's Haunt. All agree on one thing: it only appears after the floods. The fog thickens as you approach. You clutch your cloak tighter, even though there's no wind. Just dampness, like you're walking into the lungs of something sleeping. Then shapes emerge. Roof lines, windows, a bell tower with no bell. You step into a cobbled street, empty, silent, and too clean. No moss on the walls, no driftwood in the gutters. It's as if the water rose, swept everything away, and then carefully placed the buildings back. A woman in a blue apron sweeps her stoop. You blink. She's gone. No sound, no door. You turn down another lane and find a baker's shop. Inside, the shelves are lined with loaves that haven't aged, though the oven is stone cold. You feel watched, not by eyes, by memory. Historical fact. After the Grote Mandrenke flood of 1362, several settlements were reported returned by the sea in ghostly form. Fishermen in the centuries that followed claimed to glimpse entire villages under shallow water, intact but unreachable. These drowned towns became part of northern folklore. You find an inn. Its sign swings in airless silence. Inside the tables are set for guests who never arrive. Candles burn down to wax stumps. A coat still hangs on a peg. You check your reflection in the window. Only the room stares back. A fringe tidbit found in a 15th century Danish journal describes a town that rises only when the tide forgets it should fall. Its author claimed to dine with a family who vanished when he left the room. No one believed him, of course. You open a door into a back alley. This time you see someone, a boy ankle-deep in a puddle that reflects stars that aren't overhead. He looks at you, smiles. Then he points to the sky and mouths a single word, again. Historians still argue whether accounts of such spectral towns were symptoms of trauma, allegories for loss, or simply echoes, psychological hauntings left by places that drowned too slowly to scream. The street begins to shimmer. Buildings tremble slightly. The cobbles ripple like skin. And just like that, Halvan Shan is gone. You stand alone in the reeds. The fog lifts, and there's nothing in front of you but water, and your own muddy footprints disappearing behind you. The convent sits high above the sea, on a windswept cliff, its stone walls thick with ivy and silence. You arrive just as the sun drops behind the water, painting the horizon in long strokes of gold and bruise. The bell rings low, slow, and hollow, and the sisters begin their evening prayers. But one voice is missing. Sister Margareta hasn't left her cell in days. You're led through quiet halls, lit by beeswax tapers, the air scented with lavender and old paper. Her door is slightly ajar. Inside the walls are covered with drawings, not of saints or angels, but cities. Drowned cities, crumbling towers submerged in blue, chapels with seaweed for spires, roads that spiral downward like whirlpools. She's sketching a new one as you enter her charcoal fingers, moving in a rhythm that feels not entirely her own. I dreamed again, she says without looking up. Same as last night, same as the night before. You sit beside her. The parchment beneath her hand is damp, not with ink, but with condensation. Seawater, are they visions, you ask? Or memories? Does it matter, she whispers. Historical fact. In several medieval abbeys, particularly in coastal France and Ireland, nuns recorded vivid dreams of floods, drowned cities, and monstrous waves. These visions were often interpreted as divine warnings or the residue of trauma from past disasters like the All Saints Flood or the Saint Marcellus Flood. Margareta walks to a wooden chest and opens it. Inside are dozens of scrolls, some maps, some letters, all with strange patterns like coral drawn from memory. One is written entirely in reversed Latin. Another features diagrams that look eerily like nautical charts, except they lead into nowhere. And always, there's Leviathan, sketched in different shapes, but always present. A tangle of ink and teeth. Sometimes she says, I think I'm remembering something that hasn't happened yet. A fringe tidbit. In 1421, a nun from Zealand claimed in her diary that Leviathan was not a beast, but a city, a living city, submerged that called to her in sleep. She was later excommunicated for heresy. Her journal was never found, except a single page preserved in wax surfaced centuries later, depicting a monastery crumbling into waves. Margareta sits back down. Her latest drawing shows the very convent you're standing in, but half sunk its bell tower, jutting like a finger from the surf. Do you think it's prophecy, you ask? She smiles. I think the sea remembers what we try to forget. Historians still argue whether these convent visions were the result of isolation, famine-induced hallucinations, or early understandings of flood cycles wrapped in symbolic dreams. Some call them mad, others precise. You leave the cell as the wind rises. Outside, the sea glows faintly under moonlight. You look back once, just in time to see Sister Margrethe pin her latest drawing to the wall, a wall already whispering with salt. The bell tower in the port city of Bruges is quiet now, but back then it rang like a cry for help. You find yourself on the cobbled streets of the medieval city, standing in water up to your ankles. Rain hasn't fallen in days, yet the flood creeps in from the sea, silent as a thief. Locals blame a springtide, others whisper of celestial alignments. But to the dock workers, it's simpler, leviathans stirring again. The baker's boy tells you this with a grin, like it's a tale he's told too often to believe. But then he points to the breakwater and says, that wasn't cracked yesterday. You wade through narrow alleys, past shops with sandbags at their thresholds, and into a church where the floor is slick and shimmering. Candles float in the nave, their light flickering on the ceiling like stars underwater. At the altar, a priest gives blessings with sea-soaked hymns, reciting psalms while the tide laps at his ankles. You ask him if this has happened before. He sighs and nods. 1345, 1375, now again. Always in threes. Historical fact. Bruges experienced several catastrophic flood events in the 14th and 15th centuries, each eroding more of its trade dominance and leading many to believe divine punishment or dark omens were at play. The legend of Leviathan was often invoked during these floods, especially after shipwrecks were found miles inland. Outside, fishermen haul in their nets, not for fish but for flotsam. A silver goblet, a child's sandal, a half-drowned tapestry that still smells of beeswax. One man insists he caught a goat in his net still breathing. Another says he saw the sea boil. You're offered shelter in a stone tavern halfway up a hill. There, an old woman with coral beads around her neck tells a story she heard as a child, how the Leviathan moves, not like a whale, but like a tide with intent. It doesn't roar, she says. It sighs. And when it sighs, the sea answers. You fall asleep to the sound of that sigh, maybe just wind through shutters, maybe not. Fringe tidbit. Some medieval Flemish coins featured sea monsters beneath ships, not as warnings, but as good luck charms. Some scholars think they were an offering. Others say they were reminders of who truly ruled the waves. The tavern floor is damp when you wake. You peer outside. The church is gone. Just the spire remains jutting from the flood like a sundial of sorrow. Historians still argue whether the repeated Bruges floods were due to poorly maintained dikes, changing river courses, or unusually powerful North Sea surges. But to those who lived through them, cause mattered less than survival. And survival always came with a cost. The boy from the docks passes you again. Told you, he says. Three's never enough. You're in the marshes now, or what used to be farmland, flat green and wide like a sky laid down. But tonight, it's nothing but cold, silty water and the skeletal outline of what was once a cottage. A single chimney stands like a gravestone. The man beside you wears a hood soaked through and eyes that don't blink much anymore. This was the St. Elizabeth's land, he says, voice hoarse, fertile, soft. Blessed, they called it. He chuckles once. It sounds like gravel in his throat. Then he points into the dark, where the moon breaks through the clouds and glimmers on something strange. You squint. There's a cross sticking out of the flood water. Just the top of it. Church roof, he says. They said the bells kept ringing even after it was under. Historical fact. The St. Elizabeth's Flood of 1421 in the Netherlands was one of the deadliest floods in recorded European history, drowning entire villages, and resulted in the disappearance of between 2,000 and 10,000 people. Over 70 settlements were said to be lost beneath the water. The survivor takes you to what he calls the safe mound, a strip of raised earth where a few souls still cling to life in makeshift huts made from flotsam and fishing line. Someone's roasting something that smells like eel over a barrel fire. A child with webbed toes from birth or from rumor hands you a damp blanket. A woman speaks softly near the fire, reciting names. Not prayers, not stories, just names. The way someone would list furniture they'd left behind. Her voice breaks only once. Fringe tidbit after the flood. Some claimed they saw lights dancing over the water at night. Will-o'-the-wisps, they said. Others claimed the spirits of the drowned had grown fins and would come to shore at dusk, confused and searching for homes that no longer stood. The wind howls through the reeds like a warning. You rest your head on a bundle of rope and drift off to the rhythm of dripping trickling, sighing the many voices of water. It isn't restful. You dream of a door opening deep beneath the ocean floor, and something that looks out. Historians still argue whether the loss of the St. Elizabeth region was due to mismanaged dikes, unprecedented rainfall, or bad timing. But no one argues what followed the birth of the Beesbush wetlands, a labyrinth of creeks and swamp that still shifts today, as if it remembers. You return years later, not as a sailor, not as a refugee, but as someone who needs to see it again. The land, or what's left of it. The boat rocks gently beneath you as it drifts through a channel carved not by rivers, but by memory and salt. Your guide, a woman with hair braided like rope, and a laugh that never quite reaches her eyes, tells you to hold your breath when the reeds get quiet. That's when the marsh listens, she says. And sometimes it whispers back. You smile, unsure if she's teasing. A sharp bend in the water reveals what used to be a monastery. Only the arch of a stone window remains above the surface. Waterfowl nest where monks once prayed. A heron lifts off startled by your presence, its wings slicing through morning mist. The air here tastes of peat and ash. Things that should have decayed centuries ago still linger like ghosts, too stubborn to leave. You pass a half-submerged milestone, the Roman numbers barely visible under lichen. Then ahead, the spire. It's the church again. The one with the ringing bells. It hasn't moved, just waits like it always has. Only now it's not threatening. It's welcoming. A monument not to ruin, but to remembrance. You dock beside a thicket of willow trees, the roots tangled like old stories. The woman stays behind, letting you walk alone through the muddy path that was once a road. You kneel. The soil smells brackish, but there's something almost sweet underneath clover lavender memory. You close your eyes. Historical fact in regions flooded during the Middle Ages, oral tradition became the only record of what was lost. Songs, tales, even jokes carried the shape of vanished towns. In Friesland, some families still trace their names to drowned parishes no longer on any map. Fringe tidbit. There are tales of children born generations later who speak of landmarks no longer standing, as if they remembered them from another life or carried them forward from blood like luggage. The wind is soft now, brushing your cheek like an old friend's hand. You don't feel fear here anymore, only reverence. And something else, peace. Historians still argue whether medieval flood tales were exaggerated by myth or rooted in geologic fact. But when you walk these waters, you realize it doesn't matter. The sea took what it wanted, but it also gave something back, a silence that humbles and stories that refuse to drown. The waves have calmed now. The boat no longer sways with urgency, and the air grows still heavy with sleep and salt. The distant calls of seabirds fade, replaced by the slow rhythm of your own breath. You sit by the water's edge, where reeds lean gently toward you, as if trying to listen. The sea that once raged has quieted, but its voice lingers in the back of your mind, a soft murmur, like a lullaby hummed by something older than memory. You imagine the flooded fields beneath the surface lanterns, still swinging in sunken chapels and doorways long dissolved into silt. Even in ruin, there's grace. The moon slips behind a cloud and the shadows lengthen. But you feel no fear now, just stillness. You wrap your cloak tighter, and the mist curls around you like a promise kept. The kind of promise whispered between generations we remember. You lie back the earth, cool and familiar beneath you, the sky vast and unknowable above. Between them, you float, not quite in this time, not quite in any other, just here. And if you listen closely in that space between waking and sleep, you might hear the bells again, faint, distant, and kind. Good night, traveler.